Mr. Hawley, aye.
The yeas are 52. The nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The joint resolution will be placed on the calendar. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary. Alexander C. Van Hook of Louisiana to be United States District Judge for the Western District of Louisiana.
In the corporate world, if you come across as too nice, people don't respect you more. They just assume you can be pushed around. You become the one everyone likes, but no one listens to. They'll keep dumping extra work on you. They will talk over you in meetings. And when the time comes to promote or reward, you're not even in the picture. Why? Because your personality doesn't match your potential. But this can change when you learn to use your tone, your posture, your energy the right way. You stay likable, but now people think twice before crossing you. And that's when office politics stop being your problem. For over 23 years, I have trained professionals, leaders, and even global title winners on how to command respect without ever raising their voice. In my Top 1% Leader workshop, I will help you build confident body language that sets silent boundaries. Speak with clarity and control so people take you seriously. Project strength without ever being rude or aggressive.
Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, could we have order in the chamber, please?
Senate will come to order.
I'm looking for my glasses, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with me today is Mr. Nick Ayers, a colleague from my office. Nick, would you go in the room in there and see if my glasses fell out of my jacket? Would you? Nick, the President just helped me out here. Thank you, Mr. President. How's my hair? Is that okay? Okay, I understand. You can only do so much. I want to talk about a serious subject, Mr. President. I want to talk about welfare fraud, taxpayer money. Now, I want to make it clear that I love Minnesota. I love Minnesota. But I do not like people, whether they live in Minnesota or elsewhere, who steal money from the poor. There ought to be a special place in hell for them. By now, unless you are still living in your parents' basement playing video games, you know that there has been massive welfare fraud in Minnesota. It's staggering, it's stunning, it's astounding. It may rise to the level of $9 billion of taxpayer money meant for the poor. $9 billion. Now, it's an uncomfortable truth that at this juncture, most of that fraud appears to be centered in the community of Minneapolis among people of Somali ancestry. Some have said and suggested that it's racist to say that. Facts are not racist. What I just said is just a fact. So far, there have been 90 people charged, most of whom are of Somali descent. That's just a fact. There are over 100,000 people of Somali ancestry in Minnesota, most of them in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. And the vast majority of them vote in a block, as is their right. And a vast majority of them vote in a block for Democratic candidates, as is their right.
Limited time. This is designed for people who are ready and aren't afraid to take action. You can forget about fake promises. Starting with just 21,000 rupees, you can realistically expect to earn between 1,850,000 rupees and 4 million rupees this month alone. The program is fully automated, so absolutely no training or skills are needed because of technical limits. However, spots are closing later this week. You need to get in now and lock this in. Imagine a lifetime income of 62,000 rupees every day, 1,850,000 rupees every week, and over 4,600,000 yen every month. With that income, say goodbye to exhausting work or worrying about bills. You will provide your kids the absolute best education and take vacations whenever you feel like it. Backed by the Bank of India, this project includes official licensing and ensures full national protection for your funds. Here is my guarantee to, if anyone earns under 4 million rupees monthly, I will personally pay them 2 million rupees myself. But you must act right now. Waiting until tomorrow could be too late. Joining takes just 3 easy steps. Step 1, follow the link to the website below this video. Step 2, fill out the registration form with your personal details. Step 3, wait for a call from a manager who will confirm your registration and grant you access to the platform.
Do you know what will happen if you read one book every week? Let me share some 3 powerful benefits. First one, you will improve your knowledge and ability to solve any of your problem. Point number 2, you will reach top 1% doers. All successful people across the globe, they have one thing in common. They read books, they read books, they read books, especially non-fiction books. Point number 3, you will unlock magical power of your mind and attract ideas that will help you grow exponentially. But how to read one book every week? Average reader reads at 150 to 250 words per minute. However, speed reader reads at the speed up to 800 to 1000 words per minute. So far, I have helped thousands of people to achieve this goal. If you are a working professional, or a business owner, trainer, or coaches, or even homemaker, if you wish to achieve new heights by increasing your reading speed and retention ability, I'm inviting you to join my 6 days challenge, reading challenge. And you will be learning how to double your reading speed within 6 days, how to retain any information quickly and easily. And the third one, how to read one book every week. Just imagine if you read one book every week, 52 weeks, 52 books. And even if you pick up just 2 key takeaways from every book, you can transform your life. Additionally, you will develop powerful morning habit as a bonus. So please click the link below and register my 6 days challenge to see amazing results. So please click the link below and join. This is Dr. Manjunath. I'm a speed reading and mind performance coach. I'll see you inside my masterclass. Thank you so much.
Some will say Kennedy's being a racist for pointing that out. Let me say it again. Facts are not racist. They're facts. It's already come out at some of the trials. And not all of the folks being charged are of Somali ancestry. I want to make that very clear. But most of them are. Again, just a fact. I apologize for my voice. Now, let me explain what this thievery, this industrial scale fraud was all about. It was centered around Medicaid. And as you know, Mr. President, Medicaid is a federal program administered by the states. We put up most of the money to provide health care, health coverage for poor people, for pregnant women, for children, and for disabled people. Now, President Obama, through Obamacare, extended Medicaid to some folks in the middle class, but still the main purpose of Medicaid is to help poor folks and disabled folks. Because in America, we help our friends. You know, I was looking at a number the other day. In the last 50 years, the American economy has grown 142% in the last 50 years. The American economy has grown 142% in the last 50 years. Pretty extraordinary number. Welfare spending in America has grown 765%. So I get a little upset when some people say, well, you know, the American people are selfish. We spend over $1 trillion a year helping our neighbors who are less fortunate than us, mostly the poor. In our country, I've said this before, if you're hungry, we'll feed you. If you're homeless, we'll house you. If you're too poor to be sick, we'll pay for your doctor. Other countries let their fellow citizens die in a ditch. We don't do that in America. The American people have stepped up to the plate. So when people steal this money, this $1 trillion plus a year that we spend helping our neighbors, when people steal that money, It offends me when they steal from the poor and they steal from the American taxpayer. It offends me equally. And the folks in Minnesota and elsewhere who stole this money, who took a giant Great Dane whiz down the leg of every taxpayer and poor person in America, every one of them ought to go to jail. There were four, it looks like so far there are four programs. Medicaid, and let me just say, the federal government puts up most of the money for Medicaid, not all of it. In some cases, the federal government puts up as little as 50%. In some cases, 90% of the money being spent on Medicaid comes from federal taxpayers. We design the rules at the federal level. We put up most of the money, but the states are supposed to implement the program, and they're supposed to combat fraud, and many of them don't. The GAO says that about of that $1 trillion I talked about that the American people spend on welfare, as much as $250 million, $250 billion, maybe more, 250 billion or more, is stolen. And it's got to stop. And I'm going to talk about a solution in a moment. But let me tell you what was happening in Minnesota. One of the things Medicaid does, along with the food stamp program, is to feed people, particularly children. So what these thieves in Minnesota were doing, they were setting up these fictitious corporations and applying to Governor Tim Walz's Medicaid office for money to distribute to the poor. And Governor Tim Walz's welfare office would give them hundreds of millions of dollars. And of course, the thieves running these fictitious corporations sucked it up like a Hoover Deluxe. And then these fictitious corporations would go to restaurants in the community, many of them in the Somali community, and say, here's the deal. I want you to fill out a report saying you fed all these poor people.
CRY, Child Rights in You, is an Indian NGO that for 40 years has worked for the rights of all underprivileged Indian children. CRY is adopting strategies like ensuring that the children and their parents find education as important, ensure that they are equipped with a set of life skills and other skills like digital skills so that they stay in school and they are able to go and move towards a different future.
Vikram found the perfect package in seconds, so he could spend hours and hours relaxing. Expedia, made to travel.
Of course, you're not feeding anybody. Just lie. And give me the report. And I'll give you a percentage of the money that I'm stealing from the American taxpayer and the people of Minnesota. And that's what they did. But they didn't just limit it to food. It was industrial scale fraud. Next, they moved to health care. They formed, some formed fictitious corporations, companies, saying we're going to deliver I said health care, I meant child care to poor people, homeless people. And so the fictitious company run by these thieves would go to Governor Walz's agencies and say, give us a bunch of money, we're going to house homeless people. And Governor Walz would give them the money, and the thieves sucked it up like a Hoover Deluxe. And then they went to a bunch of other of folks in the community and said, henceforth, you're in the housing business, and you need to fill out a report. It's a lie. Fill out a report saying you're providing housing for a bunch of people. Of course, they weren't. And then we, the thieves who got the money from Governor Walz, we'll kick you back a little bit of the money. Did they stop there? No. Then they moved into, I just described housing, they moved into child care. Under Medicaid, you can use money to provide child care. So the thieves formed a bunch of new fictitious companies and went to Governor Walz and his agencies and said, give us a bunch of welfare money, Medicaid money, give folks who are poor child care. And then the thieves running the fictitious company went to families, many of them in the Somali community, and said, do you have a child who's autistic? If so, we want to sign them up. But if some of the families said, no, we don't have a child who's autistic, the thieves said, don't worry about it. Lie. Tell us you have a child who's autistic. And whether your child is autistic or not, we're not going to provide any services for your children, but we will kick you back some of the money. It's disgusting. So it was in child care, housing, autism, food. $9 billion and climbing. Now, Governor Walz, in fact, I probably shouldn't repeat this, but I read something on the internet the other day. Somebody made an observation. They said, and I don't want to paint with too broad a brush because there's some fine child care services in Minnesota as there are elsewhere. But how do you know if you've discovered one of these fictitious child care services? Well, you go there and no one's inside, but the owner pulls up in a Lamborghini. And that's what happened. The people who were stealing the money directly from Governor Walz and then giving it to the folks that were helping them, the fictitious restaurants, or the restaurants creating fictitious lists of people they fed, autistic children they were helping who weren't autistic. They took the money too, and all of them had a big old party. They bought cars, they bought jewelry, they took expensive vacations, they sent money back to Somalia. There is an investigation going on right now, I'm not saying it's true, that some of the money might have gone to terrorist organizations in Somalia. American taxpayer money that these people were taking out of the mouths of poor people. Now, Governor Walz says, I knew nothing about this, man. It's news to me. And he said, in fact, I'm taking some bold steps. He said, at first, I'm not going to run for a third term. I guess he needs more time. Hope he uses the time to prepare his defense, because he's got a lot to defend here. He knew what was going on. In fact, one of the lawyers representing one of the thieves in this case said many of the people, this was their excuse, said many of the people involved in the stealing thought that the state was okay with it. That's what he said. Here's his quote. No one was doing anything about the red flags. Red flags were everywhere. Nobody in state government, he said, was doing anything about the red flags. It was like someone was stealing money from the cookie jar and they kept refilling it. The state knew. And at one point, Governor Walz and some of his agencies said, whoa, maybe we ought to put a stop to this. And they backed off. They said, no more money for a while. Well, fresh hell broke loose. You know what happened? The largest, most powerful, fictitious company, run mostly by people of Somali ancestry, sent an email to the Minnesota state government. And they said that the state agency that was failing to promptly approve new applications and give us new money from, quote, minority-owned businesses, close quote, was going to result in a lawsuit featuring accusations of racism that would be sprawled across the news. If you don't give us our money, we're going to call you racist. They did it. It's all come out in evidence at trial. In fact, a lady by the name of Kesa Megan, she's one of the good guys. She is a Somali American who used to work as a fraud investigator in the Attorney General's office, who, by the way, was just as involved as Governor Walz in turning a blind eye to all this. She says, and she said it in the newspaper, she said that elected officials, and particularly those who are part of the state's Democratic-led administration, were reluctant to take more assertive action in response to the allegations. Why? Here's her quote. There is a perception that forcefully tackling this issue might cause political backlash from the Somali community, which is a core voting bloc for Democrats.
What are your top 3 hacks to prevent hearing loss in the future for those who love listening to music?
There are 3 hacks. Number 1, 60-60 rule. 60% वॉल्यूम से ज़्यादा 60 मिनट तक के आगे नहीं सुनना. हैक नंबर 2, अगर किसी नॉइज़ी एनवायरनमेंट में है तो बैकग्राउंड नॉइस को कम करने के लिए वॉल्यूम बढ़ाने से अच्छा स्टार्ट यूजिंग नॉइस कैंसलेशन हेडफोन्स. एंड हैक नंबर 3, किसी भी नॉइज़ी एनवायरनमेंट में अगर आप जैसे कॉन्सर्ट्स में हैं और इफ़ यू आर लिसनिंग फॉर लॉन्ग आवर्स, टेक 5 minutes break after every 1 hour of continuous listening. And if there is something still bothering you, then please do not hesitate. Click the button below and book an appointment with Ampliphone's audiologist. It's actually that simple.
GoDaddy has the perfect hosting plan for any website. Every plan comes with a 99.9% uptime guarantee along with a free domain name. Unlock your online potential today with GoDaddy.
And she is among the few among many prominent figures in the Somali community who is speaking out against the fraud. In fact, at one point, a bunch of state employees, I don't remember how many, but they posted a letter publicly on social media saying Governor Walz knew about, and the Attorney General knew about this all the time. And we told them. We warned them early on. And you know what they did? They just stood there sucking on their teeth. They did nothing. And so you know what the state employees did? They went to the U.S. Attorney. They went to the U.S. Attorney. And the U.S. Attorney jumped all over this and said this is obvious fraud. And that's how all this got started. Now, what do we do about it? Well, first, I don't think that the only place this is happening is Minnesota. And certainly there are people involved in welfare fraud besides the few Somali Americans in Minnesota. And I mentioned the Somali Americans because it's just a fact. It's a fact in the trial of these disputes, the politics of it and everything else in the litigation. I think it's happening in various degrees all over America. Let me say it again. We're spending $1 trillion a year of American taxpayer money to help poor people, provide welfare, and GAO estimates that about at least $250 billion is being stolen every year. We took some baby steps in the one big beautiful bill, as you know, Mr. President. We tightened up eligibility requirements. We're requiring states to check twice a year to make sure people don't lie when they sign up for Medicaid or for food stamps or for housing assistance. We've implemented a work requirement, but we need to do more. We need to do more, and that's why we need to do another reconciliation bill. Now, I hope I'm wrong when I say this. I hope I'm wrong. I invite my Democratic colleagues in the Senate, I love them all, to come forward and help us. But I just know politics, and you do too, Mr. President. A lot of them are going to be reluctant. But we don't need their assistance. We can pass a welfare security bill with all Democratic votes. If I could do it on my own, I would introduce the bill tomorrow. I would go and look at every single state and every single country and look for the best practices on presenting welfare fraud. I would cross-record or cross-access a list of people who sign up for welfare to their tax records, if they have any. Sometimes people lie. In Louisiana, we've caught people making $250,000 a year getting Medicaid. But you got to check. Apparently nobody was checking in Minnesota, and I don't think they're on. If you're up to me, I'm drafting that bill now. I look at every state, every country, and adopt the best practices. And my bill can be ready in 2 weeks. But I can't do a thing about getting it passed, because I don't have the authority to bring it to the floor of the Senate. I don't. Only the majority leader can agree to bring a bill to be considered by the Senate. Those are the rules. If I were king for a day, I'd change it in a nanosecond. I think every senator ought to be able to bring his bills to the floor. And that's not a criticism of my good friend John Thune or my good friend Mitch McConnell or my friend Chuck Schumer. They're just following the rules. I'd change it. But we need to do another reconciliation bill. To fix the welfare system and stop the stealing. Stop the stealing. And we can do it with all Republican votes. So please, Senator Thune, pretty please, as I've said before, I'm shameless, I'll beg. I'll get down on my knees. John, please bring another reconciliation bill. We can do so much, but we can start with fixing welfare fraud. Please, John, please let us do the bill.
With Udemy, there's a world of possibility at your fingertips. With one click, you're in the leading online marketplace for learning and skills. Want to become an AI expert? This is learning from real-world experts around the globe. Want to awaken your artistic side? This is learning your way. Want to switch professions? Help your team reskill? This is Udemy, the power of possibilities.
I don't want to end on a negative note. I might hurt my back going down, Mr. President. I don't want to end on a negative note. I love this country, and I just think America's the greatest country in all of human history. I do. And the whole world knows it. Everybody wants to come here. When's the last time you heard of somebody trying to sneak into China? No, they want to come to America. And I believe, as much as I'm standing here, that the future of this country can be better than the present or our past. It can be. I've always believed that we're only as good as our dreams, Mr. President. We're only as valuable as our children. But I'm not going to bubble wrap it. We got $30+ trillion worth of debt. And we got people stealing from poor people and laughing about it. And politicians participating in it. And the water's not, and Washington's got to do its part to fix this. But the water's not going to clear up for America. The water's not going to clear up for America until we get the pigs out of the creek. Let's go get the pigs out of the creek. Please, Senator Thune, please let us do another reconciliation bill. Please lead with welfare reform. We can do it. You can do it. I know you can. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wyoming is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be initiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Republicans ran this past election year to make America safer and more prosperous. And now we're a year into this, and people are seeing the comprehensive economic plan that the Republicans have put into place is working for them. This year, going forward, Americans are going to see even more money in their pockets, and that's thanks to the Working Families Tax Cuts law. The average American taxpayers will see a significant cut this year in their taxes, which is a direct effect of the law. Families in every single state in the nation are feeling relief. Now, key parts of this tax law went into effect just on January 1st. And they're going to make life much more affordable for American families. Republicans increased the child tax credit to $2,200 per child, and they made it permanent. And it's per child every year. That means a couple in Cody, Wyoming with 2 children, $4,400 a year. That's money to help buy groceries, help with education, helps with that child's activities. Republicans also raised the limit on dependent care flexible spending accounts, raise it to $7,500 from $5,000. So a working mother in Casper, Wyoming can now set aside $7,500 pre-tax for child care. Senator Katie Britt of Alabama championed that, really pushed it through, worked very hard. Additionally, Republicans are doing things Congress has never done before. We have now created a guaranteed savings account for every American child. Every child born between 2025 and 2028 will receive a $1,000 investment account. So a child born in Sheridan, Wyoming will now start life with $1,000 already invested in their future. Senator Ted Cruz had this innovative idea. Additionally, the Working Family Tax Cuts law protects family farms, ranchers, small business owners. This is vital in my home state of Wyoming and for other rural states. For years, farmers and ranchers told me the same thing. The death tax makes it nearly impossible to pass their family operations on to the next generation. Republicans delivered permanent death tax relief for family farmers, for ranchers, and for small business owners. Now ranchers in Wheatland, Wyoming, or Worland, or Torrington, Gillette, they can now pass their land on and their livelihood to that next generation and avoid these crushing death taxes from Washington, D.C.
We all want our parents to live longer and happier life. If your wife keeps asking you to repeat again and again, or your dad turns up the TV volume above normal, then take advantage of our hearing aid trial offer and gift them something truly life-changing. Almost invisible in size, lightweight and comfortable for all-day use, and equipped with 360 degrees hearing technology. These hearing aids bring back the joy of natural conversations. This isn't just a device, it's a gift of happiness, confidence, and togetherness. Avail this offer before the festival. Simply click on the link and reserve the trial slot.
Every Democrat in the Senate voted against the bill, every single one of them. They want the government to come in and confiscate small businesses and farms and ranchers. That's not what Republicans stand for, and that's not what we did. Democrats have their way. Taxes would be going up this year by $4 trillion. Democrats support and probably continue to support the largest tax increase in American history because that's the way they voted. When Republicans proposed legislation to crack down on waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption in Medicaid and food stamps and government social programs, every Democrat in the Senate voted no. They must love the corruption. Which brings us to Minnesota. Yesterday, Congress exposed worrying new information about the vast extent of the massive fraud and corruption in the state of Minnesota. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who was the Democrat vice presidential nominee in 2024, and his Attorney General Keith Ellison, who was the deputy chair of the Democrat National Committee, they are presiding over one of the most outrageous fraud scandals in recent memory. Manipulative criminals have stolen billions of dollars from federal programs, billions meant to help vulnerable Americans. Republicans voted to put more money in people's pockets. That's not what the Democrats wanted. No, they voted to raise taxes and voted to protect the kind of fraud being exposed in Minnesota today. The kind of fraud that Democrat elected officials refused to see and refused to stop. The working family tax cuts are part of a broader economic agenda that is already working, and the numbers prove it. Today, the world's most successful companies are investing in this country, $10 trillion in America. Record investment is driving private sector job growth. It's driving innovation. It's driving opportunity. The proof is that the economy grew 4.3% in the third quarter. That's the strongest economic growth in 2 years. Core inflation cooled in November to 2.6%. Gasoline is now less than $3 per gallon in most of the country. In Casper, Wyoming, Monday morning it was $1.91. Forecasters predict prices are going to continue to fall. Real wages are on track to grow by over $1,000 this year. All of these successes happened because Republicans are committed to American prosperity. We cut taxes, we eliminated wasteful Washington spending, we rolled back burdensome regulations, we unleashed American energy. This is a 180-degree turnaround from the past 4 years under Joe Biden and the Democrats. Under Joe Biden and the Democrats, prices rose by over 20% in 4 years. The Democrats will now go down in history as the party of high prices, high taxes, and open borders. As Americans celebrate the 250th anniversary of our nation, we can be confident that our country is safer, is stronger and more prosperous. And with the working families tax cuts, Republicans are making sure that that prosperity continues, Mr. President, into the future. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Yes. Senator from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. President, here's a fact that Donald Trump seems to not understand or care about. Families in Nevada and all across this country are being squeezed by high costs. Nevadans are struggling to afford even the most basic things, from groceries to rent to health care. And this isn't just in Nevada. All across the country, housing costs are up, healthcare costs are up. Even the most basic, unavoidable expenses like electricity have even gotten more expensive. But if you ask Donald Trump, he says affordability, and I'm going to quote here, is a hoax. It's a con job by the Democrats. He even said, and I'm going to quote again, prices are coming down tremendously. Inflation has stopped, end quote. Well, I'm going to ask everybody here at home today, do you think affordability is a hoax? Do you feel like prices are going down? So don't listen to Trump. Just take one look at your grocery bill this week. It's clear he isn't paying attention to hard-working people because the price of your groceries has done nothing but skyrocket. And Donald Trump, well, he ran for president on lowering prices. Since he got into office nearly a year ago, Americans have spent, on average, well over $1,000 more than previous years because of Trump's cost-raising tariffs. He was supposed to lower prices on day one. Well, it's a lot further than day one. So I want to be clear about what these tariffs really are. They're an additional tax on hard-working families. And they've increased prices across the board. Just look at housing. Due to Trump's tariffs taxes, the price of construction materials, appliances, and furniture skyrocketed, gone through the roof. When you raise the cost of lumber, steel, and other materials builders rely on to build new homes, you slow down construction. And when supply can't keep up with demand, prices go up. And that's not just ideology. That's simple economics.
CRY, Child Rights in You, is an Indian NGO that for 40 years has worked for the rights of all underprivileged Indian children. CRY is adopting strategies like ensuring that the children and their parents find education as important, ensure that they are equipped with a set of life skills and other skills like digital skills so that they stay in school and they are able to go and move towards a different future.
I was dealing with back pain every day. My old mattress has no support. And honestly, my back pain has gotten even worse. So, I upgraded to the Sleep Company mattress, जो कि है इंडिया का first and only smart grid technology mattress. Smart grid मुझे देता है soft comfort और firm back support ताकि मेरी back पूरे दिन aligned रहे. The mattress also has SnowTech cooling fabric that keeps it 4 to 6 degrees cooler. Cool, comfy, and perfectly supportive. It's like sleeping on a cloud. You also get a 10-year warranty and 100-night trial. If it doesn't work for you, which I doubt, you can return it. No questions asked. Search for the Sleep Company online and find your nearest store now.
Similarly, Trump's self-imposed taxes have increased your cost at the grocery store. You're paying more for the essentials you rely on most: coffee, produce, meat, so much more. Trump and his billionaire buddies, who probably haven't gone grocery shopping for themselves in years, don't care about the price of groceries. Well, they might not care about paying more. But seniors on fixed incomes do. Parents trying to feed their kids do. Workers whose paychecks aren't keeping up do. And they're the ones being hurt by these reckless tariffs. So Donald Trump may not care, but everyone else I know cares. And it matters. That's why I introduced my No Tariffs on Groceries Act. This bill, well, it's simple. Simple. It would exempt your groceries from Trump's tariffs, meaning the costs won't be raised because of the tariffs. So it's time that Congress reasserts its authority over trade and pushes back against Trump's cost-raising tariffs. Because I know a few things. Groceries are not a luxury. Food should never be a bargaining chip, and working families should not be collateral damage in Trump's reckless trade wars. This hits everyone at the kitchen table. Every person needs to eat. You shouldn't be collateral damage in Trump's reckless trade wars. So let's prove that this chamber can still act on the issues that are most important to American families at their kitchen table. If they care about that and they want to lower costs for everybody, let's pass my bill right now. So, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Finance be discharged from further consideration of S-3229, and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the Rosen substitute amendment, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to. The bill, as amended, be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Idaho is recognized.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. I rise in opposition to S-3229, the No Tariffs on Groceries Act of 2025. The reason groceries are so expensive is because during the last administration, inflation got totally out of control. We all know that the grocery prices went up then. Today, that's when the inflation rates were in double digits. I think at one point they got over 20%. Where is the inflation rate today? My colleagues on the other side would like to try to duck the fact that the reason grocery prices are so high is because of the inflation that was caused under President Biden's administration when we blew the top off of growth in prices. Today, inflation rate is at 2.7%, close to the Federal Reserve's target for our economy. That's just a fact that we have to recognize and deal with. Now, this bill seeks to exempt articles of food from the President's IEEPA tariffs. I agree with my colleagues that tariffs generally should be targeted as much as possible to avoid harms to Americans. We also should consider more exemptions to address harms arising from potential unintended consequences, including exemptions for unavailable natural resources. The administration agrees. In November, the administration excluded a number of food items from the reciprocal, the India and Brazil IEEPA tariffs. By all accounts, the administration is working to identify similar exemptions in other active trade negotiations. I strongly encourage the President to pursue productive courses of engagement with U.S. stakeholders in doing so. But voting for one-off exemptions on the Senate floor in isolation of a larger negotiating strategy and broader stakeholder concerns, like this bill, S-3229, asks us to do now, does not facilitate a predictable process for our negotiators or for any broader segment of stakeholder engagement. Therefore, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
What are your top 3 hacks to prevent hearing loss in the future for those who love listening to music?
There are 3 hacks. Number 1, 60-60 rule. 60% वॉल्यूम से ज़्यादा 60 मिनट तक के आगे नहीं सुनना. हैक नंबर 2, अगर किसी नॉइज़ी एनवायरनमेंट में है तो बैकग्राउंड नॉइस को कम करने के लिए वॉल्यूम बढ़ाने से अच्छा स्टार्ट यूजिंग नॉइस कैंसलेशन हेडफोन्स. एंड हैक नंबर 3, किसी भी नॉइज़ी एनवायरनमेंट में अगर आप जैसे कॉन्सर्ट्स में हैं और इफ़ यू आर लिसनिंग फॉर लॉन्ग आवर्स, टेक 5 minutes break after every 1 hour of continuous listening. And if there is something still bothering you, then please do not hesitate. Click the button below and book an appointment with Ampliphone's audiologist. It's actually that simple.
GoDaddy has the perfect hosting plan for any website, from low-cost shared hosting to your own virtual server. Every plan comes with a 99.9% uptime guarantee along with a free domain name and award-winning support. No wonder we are the world's #1 web host. Unlock your online potential today with GoDaddy.
Yes. Senator from Nevada is recognized.
Food should never be a bargaining chip. People's kitchen tables, their refrigerators should never be a bargaining chip. This is not a partisan issue, feeding people in the United States. We should not be mixing natural resources with the essential things that we need, like food. And so my Republican colleagues, if they want to help lower prices, they can start. They can start by this one small act of letting this bill go through. They can help me lower prices right here, right now. So I'm very disappointed. This bill would lower prices at the grocery store for hardworking families all across America. And by stopping it from passing, you and your Republican colleagues, well, I'm afraid you're just telling the American people that their kitchen table isn't your priority, and that Washington Republicans would rather bow to Trump than pass a legislation to lower at least one section of grocery prices and make food more affordable for their constituents. So again, this isn't partisan. People in my state and yours are being crushed by rising costs. And Republicans, Washington Republicans, have the power to do a little something about it, but they choose not to. So if you really want to do what's right by your constituents, if you want to do right by kitchen tables across this country, Republicans would stand up to Trump, to stand up against these reckless tariffs on food, and support my legislation. I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow is Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. And it was my intention to come to the floor today and talk about some great officers and celebrate the men and women that put their lives on the line to protect us every day. And indeed, I encourage every American across this great nation to do just that. Say thank you for signing up courageously for an often thankless job. But in light of recent events, I feel I must address a more pressing issue. The horrific situation that occurred yesterday morning in Minnesota is tragic. Radical protesters intending to run over federal immigration officers with cars. That cannot happen. In fact, protesters that show up with intent to harass or obstruct or impede or aggressively approach
or violently assault officers, it cannot happen. When they are doing their jobs, it is a precarious, often dangerous situations, and I can tell you that firsthand as the wife of a law enforcement officer. And I beg anyone thinking about participating in this kind of behavior to think twice for all involved. They must be given space to focus. It is a very dangerous situation in some of these missions and law enforcement activities. And that is why I introduced the HALO Act back in November, because as I saw that threats of political violence, of threats against our law enforcement officers were rapidly increasing, I knew that we had to do something. And so I introduced the HALO Act so that one of these events wouldn't occur. I don't know how officers are able to do their jobs with people impeding them and getting in their faces as they're trying to focus on executing their duties. It is deeply troubling to hear the anti-law enforcement rhetoric being used by so many when it comes to federal officers simply trying to show up and do the jobs that we as a nation hired them to do. And what happened yesterday in terms of folks showing up with the intent to obstruct officers, that's not an isolated incident. It's part of this broader pattern of coordinated efforts, encouraged by elected politicians who keep increasing their rhetoric and almost encouraging, let me just take the almost out, encouraging people to get in the way of law enforcement officers trying to do their jobs, knowing how dangerous that is. Not only dangerous for law enforcement officers, but for those who show up to try and impede their efforts.
Vikram found the perfect package in seconds, so he could spend hours and hours relaxing. Expedia, made to travel.
At Deserve, we are constantly trying to make wealth management more transparent and meritocratic. Our fee structure is straightforward and transparent, with two simple options to choose from: a fixed fee and a performance fee model, both designed to support a strategy focused on long-term growth and capital preservation.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related document carefully before investing.
Elected Democrat officials right now are using radical rhetoric and encouraging people in their cities and their states to harass and obstruct officers. Many of them are even using taxpayer funds to help speak out and coordinate it. According to the Department of Homeland Security, assaults on police are up 1,300%. Death threats on police up 8,000%. This alarming trend threatens public safety and the rule of law. The rule of law and the expectation that we would support the men and women who uphold it. That is what is attracting people from around the United States of America to my home state, the great free state of Florida, because we support them, we protect our officers. In fact, we introduced legislation and passed legislation to give them a safety zone, a buffer zone, to do their jobs and do them safely. The HALO Act, which I introduced 2 months ago, will ensure that federal officers can perform their duties without fear of intimidation, interference, or violence. The legislation would make it illegal for anyone, after being told to stand back, to knowingly come within 25 feet of an officer who is doing their job
if their intent is to interfere with the officer's work or threaten them with physical harm. It's modeled after a law in Florida, and we know it will work. It will provide the necessary buffer zone to allow officers to focus on the execution of their duties. And that is what is safe for everyone. Essentially, the bill would institute these zones and keep the officers safe. It would also make sure that this buffer zone or safety zone is there to protect others. I implore my colleagues to join in this mission, in this proposed legislation, and co-sponsor the HALO Act. It is obvious we must act now to protect these officers that protect us. And we must send a message that targeted attacks, interference with the duties of officers, threats, harm, violence against law enforcement must end. We owe it to our communities. We owe it to the brave people that sign up for these jobs to strengthen the protections around them. Ahead of Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, we have to acknowledge that without the men and women that put on that badge every day, this would not be the country that we know. It is a fragile line between order and chaos. And the people that sign up to stand on that line, come what may, need to be protected, and this act would do just that. I urge my colleagues to join me and support the HALO Act to have our officers back, to ensure our communities are safe and that they can do their jobs. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa is recognized.
I believe whistleblowing in the federal government should be protected and encouraged. People in the executive branch of government that are working there every day want the federal government to enforce the laws the way they're written and spend money according to that law. And when they see something is not right in government, they have a responsibility to blow the whistle and tell somebody, and hopefully they work with the immediate superiors, but a lot of times they don't get any respect for the shortcomings of government that they expose. Eventually, they come to Congress, and at that point are covered by whistleblower protection legislation. And if we want to continue the good work that whistleblowers do to expose wrongdoing in government, particularly fraud, waste, and abuse, we should make sure that the whistleblower laws are faithfully followed. One aspect of whistleblower protection is to make sure that everybody in government knows about whistleblowers and the protection that they can receive. One aspect of that is what we call anti-gag rules that need to be followed. So I'm here to speak about my efforts to ensure that the federal government complies with all whistleblower laws. Unfortunately, the government has made efforts to gag whistleblowers before they can make legally protected disclosures, including to Congress. The illegal conduct has happened no matter which political party controls the executive branch of government. That's why I spearheaded successful efforts to get what's called anti-gag provisions enacted. I worked for decades to make it the law. And I've worked to ensure that both Republican and Democratic administrations comply with that law. Congress has a constitutional responsibility to ensure the laws it passes are followed. In 8th grade civics or high school government classes, our students study about the checks and balances of government. Congress not only has a responsibility to pass the laws, they have a responsibility to make sure that the executive branch executes those laws as well. We have not found that followed in practice for these anti-gag provisions. The anti-gag provision requires all federal agency non-disclosure policies, forms, or agreements to notify employees of their right to blow the whistle to Congress, to an inspector general, or to the Office of Special Counsel. Appropriations laws also prohibit federal funds from being used to enforce non-compliant agreements. Nevertheless, federal agencies amazingly still violate the anti-gag provisions. That failure not only has a chilling effect that discourages whistleblowers, it also happens to be illegal.
I've conducted long-standing oversight to ensure that federal agencies comply with this law, and I've held them accountable when they fail to do so. For example, 2013, I asked 15 executive branch departments about the inclusion of the anti-gag provision in their non-disclosure agreements. At the time, only the Department of Treasury, out of those 15 executive branch departments, was in full compliance. I forwarded my findings to the Office of Special Counsel, and in 2018, they issued updated guidance to all executive branch departments about including anti-gag provisions in their non-disclosure policies and agreements. In March of 2024, I wrote to 74 inspectors general requesting they check on their parent agency's compliance with the anti-gag provisions. To date, here are my findings from what I wrote to those 74 inspectors general. 45 inspectors general reported they completed their review. Of those 45, 6 inspector generals reported their parent agency was in full compliance. Of that 45, 22 inspectors generals said their parent agency made updates to comply with the law, and 6 said that those corrective actions are ongoing. So, positive changes have been made. Whistleblowers are better off because these agencies are doing what they can to comply with the non-disclosure gag rules. But there are outstanding responses, and therefore more work must be done. This senator intends to ride herd on the government about making sure that whistleblowers are protected and get rid of anti-gag policies. Or I mean, get rid of gag policies, I should say. One example from my investigation, 10 inspectors general reported their parent agency agreed to make changes, but had yet to implement them. Another 7 of the inspectors general who conducted a review responded that their parent agency was non-compliant, but they didn't say if their agency agreed to update their policies. Another 7 inspectors generals responded that they were taking the request under consideration or planning to conduct a future review. It is a no-brainer that they ought to take that review, and I'm asking them, what is the hesitation? So I have a responsibility to follow up with them. Another 8 inspectors general responded that the anti-gag law didn't apply to their agency. So I'm looking into their position that they took in response to my letter and ensure that their point that they aren't covered by the anti-gag law is correct. 14 inspector generals gave the stiff arm to those of us in Congress, ignoring what we asked for them to do, and as a result, they failed to provide a substantive response, which included inspector generals for the Central Intelligence Agency and the Export-Import Bank. That failure to respond is a disgrace. Inspectors general ought to be the tip of the spear when it comes to transparency in government. Transparency and accountability are not a partisan issue. Federal agencies can't conceal their wrongdoing behind illegal non-disclosure policies and related actions. Whistleblowers are critical to exposing waste, fraud, and abuse within government. Government officials at the top don't know everything that's going on below them. That's why whistleblowers ought to be listened to. They benefit the government carrying out its constitutional responsibilities, and it surely benefits the taxpayers. I encourage my Republican and Democrat colleagues to join my efforts to ensure all administrations, whether Republican or Democrat, comply with whistleblower laws. Rest assured, my oversight will continue, and so will my fight for whistleblowers. I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am beyond outraged that President Trump would commit such a brazen act of war as he has done in Venezuela with absolutely no notice, except to the oil companies they told newspapers they leaked it to, no consultation with Congress, no legitimate justification for these unauthorized strikes, nor any kind of serious long-term strategy. It is unquestionably an act of war to invade a foreign nation, kidnap a foreign leader, even a dictator, and leave dozens of bodies, including civilians, behind. Would my colleagues still nod their heads and go along with it if a country tried to do this to American leaders? Of course not. So we should stop playing dumb. Trump can't just say magic words and pretend this wasn't a major military operation. This is the United States Congress, and we have a constitutional role to be a check on the president. Only Congress can declare war, and Congress did not authorize the use of force against Venezuela. Now, I opposed the war in Iraq from the outset, and the parallels to what President Trump has kicked off in Venezuela are glaring. And I absolutely will not support any large-scale military conflict in Venezuela or a dangerous and expansive occupation. We have a president ignoring the problems he has caused in our own country, all to start a war no one asked for, with no legitimate justification, no concern for the service members who are being put in harm's way, and absolutely no long-term strategy. Seriously, the only thing that was clear after the briefing yesterday is that Trump has no serious plan. First, Trump was just bombing alleged drug boats. Then Trump was just seizing oil shipments. And the next thing you know, this administration is sending the military to abduct a foreign leader. So I have to ask, what is next? And where is next? How far is this going to go? Because it is clear that this is not over. Not when Trump keeps saying he will run the country. What is Trump's plan to run Venezuela exactly? How long are we going to be there? How many of our people is he going to send? Who is even in charge? And how, Mr. President, are we paying for this? There are no serious answers. The only thing we do know is why Trump is doing this, for oil. Because this clearly is not about ending tyranny and establishing a democracy, since Trump outright dismissed any possibility of helping the opposition party to build a true democracy. And it's clearly not about drug trafficking. After all, not even a month before this, President Trump pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was convicted of the same crime. But the real reason, it's so painfully obvious, this was always about the oil. Why? Well, it's pretty simple. Trump keeps saying it. He literally said, and I quote, "The difference between Iraq and this is that Bush didn't keep the oil. We're going to keep the oil." That was the president. Is this America first? Of course not. It's big oil barons first. It is billionaires first. It is Trump first. First to rake in profits, mind you, not first to put themselves in harm's way. And you can bet when Trump says he's not worried about boots on the ground, it's because he's not talking about his boots. He's not talking about his kids. He is talking about yours. Congress cannot stand by and shrug our shoulders. We have a constitutional responsibility here. It is important that a majority of senators voted to rein in this president's reckless actions. But if we want to put an end to this warmongering, we need to keep pressing until we have a veto-proof majority. Today's vote is not the end of the line. So I urge all my colleagues to join us in asserting our authority and continuing to send President Trump a simple message: no American boots on the ground, no trading blood for oil, no war. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Kansas is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to use a prop during my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. President, go ahead. Mr. President, I'm so excited to be here today. I'm going to talk about one of my favorite topics, eating. But my mouth's a little dry here, so I want to take a moment and enjoy some whole milk. You know, I'm not the only one that loves eating. America loves eating. If I could share a story with my fellow senators, I always thought that I was my grandma's favorite grandchild. And I thought it was because I was always the one that was the first to raise my hands for seconds. Now, I don't know if I was her favorite, but certainly I was one of her favorite. The interesting thing was we couldn't gain weight, though. Despite eating seconds, and an active lifestyle, nobody gained weight, that we were all in a good weight area. And what did we eat? We ate real food. What did that real food look like? Well, we had whole milk for breakfast and for lunch and for supper. We had bacon and eggs in the morning. For lunch, we would have one of the other proteins, turkey or chicken or ham, but vegetables from our garden. That was it. Fresh vegetables, and we had, I think, 4 or 5 different fruit trees, a pear tree, a peach tree, several others. So we would have fresh fruits as well. And then for dinner, we called it supper. Beef was the main dish always, but still with more fresh foods, maybe some potatoes, some new potatoes, and yes, we put bacon in the new potatoes. But you know, all my grandparents lived a long, healthy life on those diets as well. You know what, and on a Saturday night, I don't want to forget, once or twice a month on a Saturday night, we'd finish work early at 7 or 8 p.m., and we'd make homemade ice cream with that cream that we had from our own dairy herd. And then the other piece that people forget about is we had canned food, and not in a metal can, but they were in bottles. And what that canned food did is that it was easier to digest. It was that fresh taste was locked into it. And very simply, real food tastes better. I'd hardly recognize the taste of some of the fruits and vegetables today. When I was growing up on our family farm, the strawberries melted in your mouth. The green beans, the potatoes, all had a very fresh taste. The cantaloupe, the watermelon, you would have thought they were adding sugar to it. But today's world, unfortunately, we eat from a box, we eat from a sack, and that's not real food. We did not have any of these ultra-processed foods in my diet growing up. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit more about eating real food, and share the new nutritional guidelines released yesterday by USDA, HHS, FDA. Guess what their advice is? Their advice is to eat real food, the same food that I was raised on. Now, what I'm excited about is, look, America was so hungry for a new food pyramid that we flipped it. We flipped the food pyramid and we made a triangle out of it. The big emphasis here is common sense and eating real food. And the big winner is going to be American families. It's going to be our youth, especially, where we're seeing an epidemic. And I just want to give a shout out to President Trump's leadership, to Secretary Kennedy, to Secretary Rollins, to FDA Director Dr. McCary, and Dr. Oz at CMS, and Dr. Jay Bhattacharya at NIH for providing the real science, and all the people that work so hard to put together these nutritional guidelines. And for all you naysayers out here, the science is never settled. I don't absolutely agree with everything on this pyramid as a physician, but these are incredible guidelines. It's huge steps in the right direction. And again, use a little common sense as you go forward. You know, for too long, we've overcomplicated nutrition. We buried families in confusing charts, changing rules, and special interest science. And while all of this, America got sicker. 90% of American dollars, healthcare dollars, are being spent on chronic diseases. 70% of Americans have a chronic disease. A third of our children are pre-diabetic or diabetic. We simply can't continue to live in that direction. We're being told the last 20, 30 years to eat food from factories rather than foods from the farm. And these ultra-processed foods were marketed as healthy. While the advice people followed in good faith, they got sicker rather than healthier. Real food is food you recognize when you see it. Most of the time, it's not coming from a box. It's not in a bag. Sometimes it's in a can, sometimes it's not. You have to be careful. You have to look at the can. Did they add sugar to it? Did they add salt to it? Then I would probably turn away from it. It's fresh or frozen. Real food, healthy food, is fresh or frozen. And I'm so glad that the SNAP program is now going to require all their grocery stores to double the amount of opportunities of choices that you're going to have from this real food selection. Real food is protein. It's whole grains and it's healthy fats. The previous pyramid probably required almost 50% of your calories in carbohydrates. We know that was probably a big mistake. Instead, we're going to push more proteins. As I think about what this new diet, people say, well, what's the new guidelines talking about? It's that same diet that I was raised on back on our farm. It's the same food that your grandparents and my parents, my mom made for me. Look, long before we knew what the Maha moms were, my grandmothers were Maha grandmothers. And my mother was a Maha mom, and my wife was cooking Maha food as well. They seldom opened a box. If you're opening a box to cook, think twice about it. You know, another good option, as we discuss what the new guidelines are, is putting water back where it belongs. I would argue water, whole milk, those are your 1, 2, and drink alternatives, and it's certainly not sugary sodas. So we all should be drinking more water, and then if you want to do something besides water, I would suggest whole milk. You know, a big point about whole milk to me is it satisfies one's appetite longer. You drink a sugary soda and you're hungry again in 10 minutes. Your sugar's bouncing up and down, but milk has protein in it, and it's going to satisfy your hunger for longer. Not to mention that it's full of protein, vitamins, and minerals. Well, let's take a look at this this graph, our Eat Real Food graph, the new dietary guidelines. And I think it's interesting. Look, the foods down here aren't necessarily bad, but you should maybe eat less of them and more of these. So as you go up the triangle, these are the more healthy foods. Again, this is real simple. That down on the bottom of this, it looks like we got whole grains. We have some oatmeal and whole grain wheat from Kansas to make bread. And then I believe this is rice and beans and nuts and bananas, more nuts, seafood, butter. You know, butter is another one of those full-fat foods derived from whole milk. And then we got a bunch of fruit. We got more seafood, yogurt, another milk product as well. And of course, your vegetables grown in the garden. To emphasize, here's some frozen vegetables. Frozen vegetables are cheaper, but really close to nutritional value to fresh out of the garden. It looks like chicken and turkey probably made the guidelines up here as a protein source. The cheeses. Cheese is a great healthy source of food for you. Of course, the American hamburger. Americans can't get along without hamburger. But this is my favorite one. This is absolutely my favorite one. I'm going to call this a T-bone steak. Now, most of you know a T-bone steak not only does it have a bone in it, but it has, on one side, of course, is a KC strip. That's a Kansas City strip. Some people mistakenly call it a New York strip, but this is actually a KC strip as well. And then on this side, a little bit more of a more flavorless type of meat. But I like this KC strip here. So again, the whole concept is what? It's to eat some of these, but more of these and a lot of these. Basically substituting more protein for less carbohydrates. Now, you know what? We spend a lot of time here on the floor talking about healthcare reform. But this is the biggest day in healthcare reform we're going to see in America. We're spending $5 trillion a year. My friends across the aisle are quick to point out that America is getting sicker, that we're spending more and more money on healthcare. And yes, we have all sorts of new toys and new treatments available and new drugs out there. But if you want me to impact the true cost of healthcare, whether you're getting your insurance through your workplace, whether you're on Obamacare, or if you're on Medicaid or Medicare, if you want me to save the federal government's budget, we need to fix the cost of healthcare. And getting back on a truly healthy, eating real food type of diet will impact more than any type of legislation that'll ever be done up here. That this nutrition, she needs to go back at the center of our health care. That healthy food, eating healthy food should be at the center of our health care reforms, not necessarily all these policies that we're arguing about. Yes, we can keep throwing money at it. Yes, we can start giving our youth the latest GLP-1 drug, and rather than giving them a healthy diet, we can start treating their with a drug and give them all some type of drug addiction. Look, this new nutritional guidelines, it's a win for our youth especially. I'm excited to see what we're going to do in the SNAP programs as well. And when we get food in our senior centers, I think there's more healthy choices out there. We have to figure out ways to make it affordable, and I think there's some things that the federal government can do to help make these types of nutrients more affordable as well. Just can't emphasize enough that the best medicine in the world is a healthy diet. And this is what making America healthy again looks like. It all is going to start with nutrition. I can't help but add that Americans probably need to do a little bit more walking and get outside a little bit more as well. Again, I'll just finish up and say, I'm ecstatic that the Trump administration has taken this bold, decisive action and is breaking with decades of failed thinking. We're finally putting America on a realistic path to a healthier living that puts eating real food at the center. This is a huge win for American families and for the farmers who grow the best medicine in the world. Look, eating real food delivers real results. Let's make America healthy again. And I gotta just do one more thing, Mr. President. Even ice cream is healthy when eating in small amounts. So I just want to add my favorite sweet out here and say it's okay to have a little ice cream, but we need to have a lot more protein. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. President, last week, President Trump vetoed H.R. 131 that finished the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act, a bill that passed both chambers of Congress unanimously with broad bipartisan support. The President did not veto this bill for any substantive objection. He did so out of a desire to punish a state that he believes didn't support him politically. In my opinion, this is the last reason any president should make a decision about anything. An election is one thing, but once we hold office, we have a responsibility to represent every American, regardless of their political party, regardless of their politics. The president's veto and the president's veto will inflict real harm on people in my state by denying 50,000 Coloradans living in tiny rural towns across the Arkansas River Valley in southeastern Colorado access to clean, affordable drinking water. Those farmers and ranchers have been forced to rely on unsafe, carcinogenic water for generations, despite the federal government's 6-decade-old commitment to fix their water infrastructure. The Arkansas Valley Conduit is the final unfinished piece of a water delivery project that Congress authorized in 1962, Mr. President, 2 years before I was even born. The conduit would wind its way 130 miles from Pueblo, Colorado to the state line, traversing farming communities that have had to rely on bottled water or prohibitively expensive water treatment. This area covers a quarter of the landmass of Colorado. It's sprinkled with small towns and populated with small business owners and farmers and ranchers who are dedicated to a rural way of life, who have been fighting generation after generation after generation to try to bring this clean water to their valley, but are living in fear that they or their children are delivering poisonous water. There's probably not a lot of senators here who aren't confident that the water that is consumed by their children or their grandchildren, the water that is consumed in their neighborhoods or their part of their state, isn't safe. That, I think, would be a reasonable expectation in the richest country in the world, and yet the inability of us to be able to build, to finish this project, this joint project, has made it impossible for the hardworking people in southeastern Colorado to have a benefit that other people just take for granted because they live maybe closer into a city or in a wealthier area than the people in the Arkansas Valley live. For 64 years, Coloradans have been relying on Washington to fulfill its promise to build on their efforts. They've been a big part of this in southeastern Colorado, to build on their efforts to deliver clean drinking water. The effort to complete the conduit has always been a partnership between the federal and local government, Mr. President, driven by the leadership of the Southeastern Colorado Water Conservancy District. In the face of rising costs and materials and labor, once again, Southeastern Coloradans, just as the generations before them have, came together to put forward an inventive solution to lower costs by changing the project's financing with no increase at all to the federal obligation here. And the House passed the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act last July, and the Senate passed it just 3 weeks ago with the support of every single member of Congress. Every member of the House, every member of the Senate. There's almost nothing that ever gets through with that kind of universal bipartisan support. Republicans and Democrats, under the leadership of Representatives Lauren Boebert and Jeff Hurd, my colleagues from Colorado, and Senator Hickenlooper, my colleague here in the U.S. Senate, we all worked together to ensure that rural Colorado would finally have access to clean drinking water, something every American should reasonably expect. And the folks in southeastern Colorado deserve it just as much as anybody else does. Instead, when it got to his desk, President Trump used his first presidential veto of his second term to deny Coloradans what should be a fundamental right as an American. Now, Mr. President, Article 1 of the Constitution explicitly provides Congress with the power to override a presidential veto. Although overrides should only be used when necessary, they are essential when both chambers of Congress has spoken clearly and spoken unanimously. There are very few places in the Constitution where the founders actually themselves wrote about having a supermajority vote in the chambers of Congress. And this is one of those things. Because while they believed that a veto override should be rare, they believed that it was an essential part of this branch of the federal government exercising its oversight when a president does something like veto the Arkansas Valley Conduit that's wildly out of step with what the people that we represent want all across this country. And Mr. President, if Congress allows this veto to stand, we set a troubling precedent. It would mean that non-controversial, bipartisan bills that pass without objection can be rejected for reasons wholly unrelated to the substance and weaponized politically. Mr. President, it is no secret, and I am sorry to come to this floor to have to say this, that President Trump is at the moment engaged in a political vendetta against the state of Colorado. I don't think any president should be engaged in a vendetta against any state, obviously, least of all the state that I represent. But what I worry about more than anything is that this is going to become a normal practice around here, which it hasn't been until now, where presidents reward the states that support them and punish the states that haven't politically. That's not how we should run this democracy. That's not how the founders of this country wrote the Constitution. They didn't even think there would be political parties. And they felt that it was very important for Congress to be able to be the backstop at a moment when, for whatever reason, a president made a decision that didn't serve the American people properly or well. If we can't overcome this veto, Mr. President, I think it would say that no bill is safe, and that the efforts of every single elected member of Congress would now be at risk to one person's view and one person's decision. Later today, I'm pleased to say the House is considering whether to override the president's veto. They're putting it on the floor of the House. And I congratulate the work of Congresswoman Boebert and Congressman Hurd and the rest of the Colorado House delegation to work with the Speaker to get this on the floor of the House. It is absolutely critical for the people of Colorado that Congress act, that we support once again the Arkansas Valley Conduit, which we have unanimously. And next week, this will come over, this bill, to the Senate floor, and I urge every single member of the Senate to do what you did the last time, which is support with your vote the 50,000 farmers and ranchers in southeastern Colorado that need the benefit of this clean water. They're not asking, by the way, for a handout here. They have done their part, generation after generation after generation, to keep this project alive. They have done their part to get a unanimous vote in the House of Representatives and on the floor of this Senate to be able to keep their faith with their children and their grandchildren. The least we could do in this Senate is uphold the work that they have done and also the Constitution of the United States of America. I hope every person in this room will use this as an opportunity to stand with the people in southeastern Colorado, to stand with our Constitution, and to make sure that we all take seriously the legislative responsibility we have as an independent branch of government. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Dan Olstein, a fellow in my office, be granted floor privileges for the rest of this month.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today because the United States once again stands on the brink of a dangerous and unnecessary war, one that neither the American people nor the elected representatives who they sent here to Washington have authorized, and one that risks yet another endless conflict that will drain our coffers and cost American lives. President Trump took military action against Venezuela without the express consent of Congress. The Constitution is clear. The power to declare war belongs to the people through their elected representatives in Congress. That authority is not optional. It is not symbolic. It is actually a pillar of democratic accountability when it comes to matters of war and peace, to life and death. The Senate has now spoken with a clear bipartisan voice. Trump must end his dangerous and illegal military action in Venezuela now. This Senate must speak with a bipartisan voice, especially if there is no prior congressional authorization. It must stop today. If the Trump administration believes military force against Venezuela is necessary, the Constitution provides a clear and lawful path forward. Go to Congress and make the case to the American people. If President Trump cannot make that case, then he has no business launching military strikes, killing civilians, and putting American service members in harm's way. Even after yesterday's classified briefing from Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Hegseth, we are left with far more questions than answers. What will this unending occupation cost the American people? Why did the administration, led by Secretary Rubio, lie about regime change? Who's next? Greenland, Cuba, Colombia, Mexico? But one answer is perfectly clear. The answer to the question of why did Trump and Rubio do this, it is obvious. This is not a war for the Venezuelan people. It is not a war for democracy. This is an illegal war for oil. It is a coup for crude on behalf of big oil companies in our country. It's just like Godfather Part 1. Trump made Venezuela an offer it couldn't refuse. Capturing Maduro is the head in the bed. We're holding their country hostage for the foreseeable future until Venezuela gives up its resources. We are stealing their oil at gunpoint. Trump told big oil CEOs that it helped them if they paid his campaign $1 billion just a year ago. And he's already given them countless tax breaks and nearly unlimited access to our public lands and waters, killing wind, killing solar, killing all electric vehicles, killing anything that gets in the way of the agenda of the oil and natural gas industry in our country. And now he's giving them Venezuela. We know he told oil execs before and after the invasion about his plans for Venezuela, not members of Congress and not the American people. He said to the oil companies, get ready, something's going to happen. So the oil companies knew, but the American people did not. The president would not brief the United States Senate before the invasion. Secretary Rubio said you can't trust the United States Senate, but they trusted oil companies to know that they should get ready, that something was going to happen. And on top of that, he's promising these very same oil companies who stand to get rich selling the oil, that they will get reimbursed by the American taxpayers, who they already charge through the nose for their products. This war is not for the American people. It's for oil CEOs to profit off of, instead of the American people. Chevron stock, it's up. American stock, down. Their bill will be paid by everyday Americans during the days to come as Trump tries to get us in a new war without end. The Trump administration must immediately halt further military strikes in Venezuela, whether at sea or on land, and come to Congress if it believes force is justified. If President Trump cannot make his case to the American people and their elected representatives, then he has no business using military force and putting American service members in harm's way. So it is absolutely imperative that the members of the United States Senate go on record on whether or not we are going to uphold our constitutional obligation before we commit our military to further operations in Venezuela. We must put them on record before they commit our military in Greenland. We must put them on record on the Republican side before our troops, our military, are committed in Cuba or in Colombia or in Mexico. This body must go on record. We must reclaim our constitutional prerogatives that are built into Article 1 of the United States Constitution. That is the job which we must do, and that is what the American people expect from us. So with that, Mr. President, I would like to yield back, but first, just by adding that I want to thank Dan Olstein for all of the great service which he has given to our country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the vote that was scheduled for 1:45 be moved up to 1:30 right now.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
The question occurs in the nomination. Ask for the yeas and nays.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan.
Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Budd, Collins, Curtis, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, McConnell. Senators voting in the negative: Murphy and Warner. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. King, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Marino. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Lemus. Ms. Lemus, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 40. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, as we're starting this new year, there's certainly no shortage of issues to be talking about. You and I have been engaged in fruitful discussions, I believe, about how we address health coverage for millions of Americans that are looking at dramatically higher costs in many cases, and recognizing that there's a pretty short window here in front of us. In fact, for many, it feels like that window is already closed, but we've got work to do in that account. We certainly have work to do on the appropriations bills for fiscal year 2026. We've got a looming deadline of January 30 that is fast approaching, and I think it's good news that we'll be able to begin that process to advance this next minibus, these three bills, my Interior Subcommittee Appropriations, as well as CJS and Energy and Water, be able to advance those. But then we got to get moving on the FY27 cycle. We're already technically behind on that, so we've got efforts there. We obviously need to do more when it comes to the situation around the world. We just had a vote on a motion to discharge a war powers resolution as it relates to Venezuela. We need to strengthen sanctions on Russia, which continues to persecute its awful war against Ukraine. We need to do more. We need to work together to reach a bipartisan agreement on permitting reform. We seem to make good forward progress and then take a few steps back, but we need that to build out the infrastructure that this country needs. And we know we all need to tackle the affordability issues that impact all of us, whether it relates to cost of goods or housing. There's a lot that we've got to do here. But there is one thing that we should not be doing, one thing that we should not be spending our time doing, and that is any effort that would seek to annex Greenland, whether it is taking it by force, taking it by coercion, taking it by pressure or threat, or really, in fairness, any related method. It is not an issue that I would have ever expected to raise here on the floor of the Senate. In my time here in the Senate over the past 2 decades, I have immersed myself in all things Arctic. I have strong relationships with friends across the Arctic and in Greenland specifically. I've been the co-chair of the Arctic Parliamentarian Conference for years now, and my co-chair is a strong Greenlandic woman who I just spoke with this morning about the situation and the rhetoric that is coming out of Washington, D.C., directed towards her country. It is an issue that is not necessarily new to Congress, the United States' interest in Greenland. In fairness, there have been discussions prior to the first Trump administration. It was actually back in 1867. This was when the United States bought Alaska from Russia, and apparently at that time Seward had made some inquiries. Seward was the Secretary of the Interior at the time, made some inquiries about Greenland, but the Congress wasn't interested in doing anything about it. And then in the Taft administration, there was a land swap that was proposed. So this was back in 1910. It was rejected by Denmark. And then apparently there was actually a formal offer made back in 1946 at the outset of the Cold War in the Truman administration, where there was actually an outright offer, $100 million, as I understand it, in gold to buy Denmark. That was what it was reported as, but that was, again, rejected by Denmark. But it was at this time where we moved from the discussion about how do we take or how do we buy or how do we trade into one that was based on relationship and shared mutual interest in national security and working with Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark to ensure that military assets could be based at Thule at the time, now called Pittavik Air Base Station. Again, these are discussions that have been had in the past, but in the very, very distant past, until just recently, when again we have seen comments coming out of the administration and really stepped up in this past week or so. And it's one thing to have a discussion, it's one thing to have a conversation, but instead what we're hearing is some pretty aggressive rhetoric from the Trump administration and some members of Congress. And it is statements that we're seeing that are suggesting that not only is a taking by force or coercion or other related methods not only an option, but perhaps a priority, and that as a priority for the U.S. To take Greenland, that military action is an option. And that, to me, Mr. President, is profoundly, profoundly troubling. And so I think most of us want to be able to just not only quiet that, but just make clear that that is not only not going to happen, it's an option that has been taken off the table. And I wish that I could say that we had received that kind of a reassurance, but to date we haven't had that assurance. Now, to be fair, the Secretary of State has recently stated that that we're not talking about military intervention so much as seeking to purchase. But again, Mr. President, in order to purchase something, you have to have a willing buyer and a willing seller. And Greenland has made very, very clear, and Denmark has made very clear, that Greenland is not for sale. And so, as I speak with those who I have established relationships across the Arctic and more specifically in Greenland. They are sharing with me their concern, their deep anxiety about what is going on. What is it that the United States is asking for? And so think about the 57,000 people who reside in Greenland. That's the total population of this massive, massive island, 57,000 people. But those 57,000 people they are their own autonomous country. They have been striving for independence and control of their own future for years. And Greenland's prime minister made a point very clearly recently. He said that threats, pressures, and talk of annexation have no place between friends, and that Greenland's future must be decided by its own people. We need to take that message seriously. We need to respect the will and the wishes of the people of Greenland. Greenland's future must be decided by its own people. It's also deeply unsettling if you live in Denmark, which administers defense and foreign policy for Greenland as a mostly autonomous territory. So those who are not Greenlanders, but who live in Denmark are justifiably disturbed and unsettled. And it's deeply unsettling if you understand the immense value of NATO, of the North America Treaty Organization, and how one co-founding member taking land from another, that shatters this crucial alliance forever. And we have seen that in statements coming from our NATO allies. Frankly, this should be unsettling for all of us because, bluntly, there is no need to treat long-standing allies with such a brutal lack of respect. And that's what I believe it is a lack of respect. We're not talking to the people of Greenland. We are talking over them, we are talking about them, but we are not talking to them. And that's what you do with your friends, that's what you do with your allies. The people of Greenland are watching us, and the U.S. is not exactly winning them over by treating them like serfs in a feudal estate. The administration's approach is not improving relations. It's alienating Greenland. It's alienating Denmark. It's alienating many of our friends and allies in Europe. And it sets the worst possible example for Russia and China and others. And this has come into focus in the wake of the arrest and the extradition of Nicolás Maduro. We get that. We get that. But Greenland is not Venezuela. It is not Venezuela. It is not a narco state that is run by an illegitimate dictator. It's not an area where we have seen the economy wrecked by a dictator. Greenland's prime minister has rejected any comparison to Venezuela and has emphasized that Greenland is a peaceful democracy. It's not a territory to be pressured, to be threatened. There is no case, legally or otherwise, for U.S. military intervention in Greenland. Greenland has been not only a partner, but a faithful partner. They've been an ally. They've been a friend in the United States dating back to World War II. At that time, it played a pivotal role in the Allied victory. And to this day, they continue to be that staunch ally. As I mentioned, they have been hosting the Pitovik Space Base and allowing the United States to have not only an important presence there, but an invaluable presence. Any colleagues who have had the opportunity to visit the United States assets that we have there at Pitovik understand that strategic geography and the level of cooperation that we have seen now for decades. I was in Greenland just a couple months ago. Had an opportunity to meet with the new Greenlandic Prime Minister and President, and he wanted to know. He says, "What is it that the United States wants? What are they seeking?" There's this talk about the U.S. wanting Greenland. What does it mean? What do they want? Is it critical minerals? Is it more from a national security perspective? Because if that's what you're seeking, we are not only willing to talk, we're anxious to talk. We want to have that discussion with our friend and our ally. We don't want to cut that off. We encourage it. And we've seen how Greenland has encouraged that. The way that they have provided the access, again, to our military for decades, we should be thankful for that. We should appreciate it. We should recognize what we have there. And again, that Greenland and Denmark are willing to give more. They have said as such. Denmark's Prime Minister has suggested that a larger U.S. military presence in Greenland, if that's what we're looking for, let's talk about it. And we could pursue that as we pursue other areas of cooperation, whether it has to do with trade or tourism or the other economic ties that bind. That's what we should be doing. But we're not doing it. Instead, at least publicly, the Trump administration is focused on acquisition, on ownership, even though every one of our strategic goals can be accomplished with Greenland as our partner rather than a possession. And I would hope that the Trump administration realizes that the U.S. taking control of Greenland, especially by military force, which again, I can't even wrap my head around that one. What harm that would bring to our national security and our international relationships. This is the 21st century. This is where the U.S. is supposed to set the example for the rules-based global order, not be the exception to it. And that includes respecting the sovereignty of others. If we do the wrong thing in Greenland, we will not end up with a more secure Arctic. And for those of us who have been focused on the Arctic for decades, that's what we've been pushing, was this area of peace. We used to call it a zone of peace, and then Russia fouled that all up. But it still is an area where, again, we have prioritized the security, and we have done so in a way that is collaborative and cooperative. If we lose the people of Greenland, we will lose partners in Denmark and across Europe. We will destroy our strongest international alliance, and that is NATO. And that gives Russia and China exactly what they're looking for. Now, there may be some new forms of partnership. I'm talking about dialogue and trade relationships, but there may be other forms of partnerships that might make sense in 2026. There's been some suggestion of a joint compact of free association that accounts for both Greenland and Denmark's interests. That's one proposal, and I think it's worthy of consideration if folks are interested in that, but we can't force it on them. We need to have both Greenland and Denmark at the table. We would need to treat them both with the respect that they deserve, and it would have to be their choice to enter freely into any such accord. And that type of an accord, I might add, would require congressional ratification, so we would have involvement and engagement with that as well. It should go without saying, but how we talk to our friends and allies matters a great deal, and our approach to Greenland and then by extension to Denmark is severely lacking right now. In early 2024, Greenland released their Arctic strategy to guide its foreign security and defense policy for the next decade. And the title of that document, the title of their Arctic strategy is Greenland in the World, Nothing About Us Without Us. And I hear that phrase, nothing about us without us, all the time from my fellow parliamentarian in Greenland. We would do well to remember that, Mr. President, to remember that real people live in Greenland. Real people are watching the United States actions and deciding whether or not they want to have much of anything to do with us going forward. We need to be making sure that that's a firm yes instead of a no. Mr. President, Greenland is an amazing place. It's a beautiful place. Again, I've had an opportunity to visit it multiple times. It reminds me of Alaska, my home state. It's extraordinarily beautiful in so many ways. It is also, like Alaska, very geostrategic. It is a resource-rich area, just like my state of Alaska. We have cultural connections, thanks to the Inuit people who migrated from Alaska to Greenland centuries ago, and we see that in the art. We hear that in the language, where there's shared and common words. But unlike Alaska, Greenland is not part of America, and we can't simply take it because we want to. To do so would be a colossal mistake. It would end NATO. It would be a gift to Russia and China and all autocratic nations who lust after new territory and want it to justify their own provocations. And again, it's not necessary. It's not necessary given the decades-long, still strong partnership that we have with Greenland. Again, a country who is willing to work with us diplomatically, militarily, and otherwise. I'm proud of the Alaskans who have really worked to enhance the relationship between my state, the state that causes the United States to be called an Arctic nation, and the country of Greenland. We have been working to forge relationships with the people focused on shared economic interests, whether it be tourism, whether it be trade, whether it be sharing best practices regarding indigenous governance structures, the collaboration that we're seeing going on with arts and cultures. It's just exactly what we should be doing, is building these relationships instead of sending out provocative messages that unsettle and disarm everything. Again, Mr. President, we've got a lot ahead of us in 2026. Greenland, or taking Greenland, or buying Greenland should not be on that list. It should not be an obsession at the highest levels of this administration. And I urge a reset in how we're conducting these discussions. Let's be respectful of one another. Let's have dialogue. Let's have cooperation. Let's have partnership. Let's take a different tack to secure this relationship with Greenland, recognizing that they are an ally and not an asset, and not appropriate for any sort of forced annexation or action. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from
5 years and
Oregon.
2 days ago, the Capitol Police protected us as a team stormed the Capitol. Many other forces came and defended the Capitol as well. And it was more than just stopping folks headed towards the Capitol to try to interrupt the county votes. It was protecting the peaceful transfer of powers, which goes to the heart of a republic. In 2022, we passed a law saying we would put up this plaque to recognize the valiant efforts of the police officers. But the plaque has not gone up yet. So I'm here to team up with my colleague from North Carolina in order to have a strategy to make sure that we do get this plaque up until the House and Senate can reach an agreement. And therefore, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-Res 580.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 580, directing the architect of the Capitol to prominently display in a publicly accessible location in the Senate wing of the United States Capitol a plaque honoring the members of law enforcement responding on January 6, 2021, until the plaque can be placed in its permanent location.
Is there objection to proceeding? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to yield to my colleague from North Carolina. I'll have some comments following his comments, and we also have the Democratic lead on the Rules Committee here who would like to weigh in on the importance of this action.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
I came to the floor on January the 6th to make sure that we convey our undying gratitude to everybody that played a role. Senator Merkley and I were here in the chamber, and what we saw there was a parliamentary staff being focused on the job, not worried about themselves, but worried about getting the ballots that we were to certify into safekeeping. We saw the Sergeant-at-Arms staff do an extraordinary job of marshaling people around and getting them out of the building. We saw the Capitol Police spirit us away from this chamber over to the Hart Building and secure us literally without any risk of any of us being harmed. Having said that, we walked by several Capitol Police officers who were injured. They had been hit. They had been They had been crushed indoors. You know all the reports, and yet they did their job that day. So when I heard that apparently the law that we passed to recognize them and to place this plaque had a technical implementation problem, I went about seeing how we could clarify things, and I found out that my colleague from Oregon, Senator Merkley, had a similar concern. So two folks who came together to say, let's provide some clarity here. Now, the one thing I will tell you, this is the plaque, but according to the Capitol architect, the technical problem that apparently the House identified, which I think they can cure fairly quickly if they think it's a concern, is that the plaque was to include the list of all the individual law enforcement officers who came to the Capitol on that day. This plaque actually has the names of various law enforcement agencies, but the reality is there's a digital component to this, which I understand once it's implemented will have the list of each and every person who answered the call. And I think it's good that we actually have all the agencies here, because you'll see how many people came here to, again, I'll close on this, be a part of withstanding what I would consider to be one of the most significant stress tests for this institution since it was founded. And just keep in mind, we came here. We heard thousands of people storm this Capitol. People died. Police officers were injured, hospitalized. One died shortly after January the 6th. A lot of people said that was a dark day for democracy. I would leave you with this. It was a great day for democracy because of the law enforcement officers, the people that kept us safe, because you know what we did when confronted with thousands of thugs storming this building? We took a brief recess. We got ourselves together. The Capitol was secured, and before we left this compound, we came back and completed our constitutional duty to certify the election. And if that's not a good example of where parliamentary staff, cloakroom staff, sergeant-at-arms, and Capitol Police being a part of helping us withstand the greatest threat to this great institution, we owe them eternal gratitude, and this nation is stronger because of them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Oregon.
It was an extraordinary moment to be sitting here in this chamber and see a member of the staff team run down the aisle to the podium speak quietly to the Vice President, have the Vice President immediately gavel down the session and depart through the side door. And then to see police officers from the Capitol Police immediately engaged, working to lock the doors, to protect this chamber. Whole team set up to ensure the safety of the members of the Senate, and the same thing happening over on the House side. And then within a few hours, as my colleague from North Carolina has pointed out, the Capitol was secured. But in the process, 170 police officers defending the Capitol were injured. And as a consequence of the attack on that day, 5 died. It was no small movement, not a peaceful protest outside, but a storming of the Capitol with some brutal assaults on folks within, the police officers within. So it's so important that we fulfill the vision of the 2022 law and get this plaque up to honor those police officers. What this resolution is saying is we in the Senate will put it up here in a publicly available space until a deal can be reached with the House of Representatives to display it. Both chambers have to agree on that, but to put it up here in the Senate in a place where the public can see it, that we can do here on our own, and we intend to do it. That is the right thing to do. And it was a shocking thing to me this week because simultaneous with discovering that this plaque had been stashed away in a room out of sight somewhere and that there was an agreement to display it, I also saw the White House posting saying that it was an fiction that the Capitol was assaulted, that it was just a peaceful protest outside. It's so important we be honest with the American people about what happened. It's so important we recognize those who defended our democratic republic on that day. It's so important that people know that we came back as senators and House members and finished our work that day for the peaceful transfer of power, which is essential to the future of our democratic republic, that we succeed in that every 4 years. We've all taken an oath to the Constitution, and that's one of the most important functions, preserve a Constitution, the integrity of the ballot box, the beating heart of a democratic republic, and the subsequent peaceful transfer of power. So I am deeply honored to be able to...
Mr. President, would the gentleman yield?
I would yield, yes.
Senator Merkley, the one thing I neglected to say, that's why I should bring notes when I come down to the floor, is that I also want to thank the Republican leader, Senator Thune, because he has agreed that we will be able to display this until the final location is in place, and I appreciate his help in doing that.
I'm so glad my colleague mentioned that, because for us to take action here, we have to have bipartisan work, including the leadership on both sides of the aisle. So while neither my colleague from North Carolina nor I are in the leadership of our respect, at least I'm not, but we worked with our leadership to make this happen. And so this is an example of bipartisan cooperation on a very important point. So with that, unless my colleague has more to share from North Carolina, I'm going to yield to my colleague from California and thank him and his leadership on the Rules Committee as we work to get this point of bipartisan partnership to get this plaque honoring the police officers from many groups, most, of course, the Capitol Police, but several other groups that came to defend the Capitol, make sure they know how much we appreciate what their sacrifice was to defend democracy on that day 5 years and 2 days ago. I yield to my colleague from California.
Senator from California.
President, I want to thank Senators Merkley and Tillis for their bipartisan cooperation in honoring the law enforcement officers who responded on January 6th, 5 years ago. I also want to thank them both for their comments on Tuesday, 2 days ago, recognizing the 5th anniversary of the attack on the Capitol. As Senator Merkley mentioned, I am the ranking member on the Rules Committee, which has jurisdiction on this issue. And I can attest, having been here for the votes on the original action, that there was bipartisan and bicameral agreement on this plaque, and bipartisan bicameral agreement on its intended location following the enactment of the law. Now, for the last several years, many people have been confused by the delay in mounting it as planned and directed by Congress. Many even believe that the Speaker of the House never intended to follow the law and honor these law enforcement officers who bravely defended the Capitol and our democracy that day. And I know that sounds a little cynical, but as Senator Merkley mentioned, you got to understand that part of the context here is the White House's new website that says that the Capitol Police were the ones who deliberately escalated the situation on January 6th in their attempt to rewrite history of that day. That dishonors the officers, not just the members of the Capitol Police, but all the law enforcement agencies that responded on that eventful day. So I'm more than just personally pleased to see this resolution move forward, and that the Senate's bipartisan commitment to real history is strong. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions, which are at the desk: S-Res 577, S-Res 578, S-Res 579.
Without objection. The Senate will proceed en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk. I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
H.R. 6938, an act making consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection is heard. The bill will be read for the second time on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I move to adjourn until 4:27 p.m. today.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The Senate stands adjourned until 4:27 p.m. The Senate will come to order. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., January 8, 2026, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Jim Banks, a senator from the state of Indiana, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk that is due for a second reading.
The leader is correct. The clerk will read the title of the bill for a second time.
H.R. 6938, an act making consolidated appropriations for fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
In order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
Objection is heard, so the item will be placed on the calendar under Rule 14.
I move to proceed to calendar number 299, H.R. 6938.
Without objection, the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 299, H.R. 6938, an act making consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 299, H.R. 6938, an act making consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, January 12th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume the motion to proceed to H.R. 6938. And finally, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motion with respect to the motion to proceed to H.R. 6938 ripen at 5:30 p.m.
Without objection,
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
the Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.